push towards the rim. Okay.
Remember, push to talk. I think they
Yes.
have yours already green.
Yes, I'm green to go. Okay.
I will assume my seat as soon as Martha vacates it.
Okay. Well, good luck. That could take a while. Eric, do you and Martha need any more time? Good morning. We'll call the meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System to order. Today, we're going to begin with our committee meetings. And we'll have them in a sequential order. As you know, just as a reminder, all regents serve as members of each of our standing committees, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent, Jad, serves as a member of the ACS committee and is mandated by state law as a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting from the votes and the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. With that said, we'll begin with the Facilities Committee. Regent Womble serves as the chair, and Regent Acosta serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Womble, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 14th, 2024.
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, welcome. Would you and Mr. Huckabee please begin with item number 1?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Item number 1 is for the Texas Tech University, and is to approve the revised scope of work for the Tommy J. Huckabee College of Architecture Building Renovation Project, authorize a new vision for the Texas Tech University Design Village Project, and approve the expenditures for the Design Professional Stage 1 design services. In February of 2023, this board gave us approval to start Stage 1 design for a renovation project for the architecture building that you see there. This building was built in 1970, and that's the south elevation facing Flint. As we dove a little deeper into this project and did more investigative work, it became apparent that we kind of needed to change our strategy on how we wanted to handle this project. And so I'm going to invite up to the podium former Chairman Chris Huckabee to share the vision of the Texas Tech Design Village.
Thanks, Billy. Good morning. I think it would help if I tell a story, because I think that'll help you say, where did we start and where are we today?
So is it a true story?
Well, we'll find out. Along the way, we're going to uncover. Let's hope it's a true story. I think this board is informed on where we are, but I feel like I need to kind of lead you along the way, because I want you to know where we started and where we are today. So the building, current architecture building's around 155,000 square feet, built in the 70s. It is what I would say functionally obsolete for an academic classroom building today, and that's really where we started when we started evaluating the building, is can we take this building, bring it up to standard. So when we made our family gift to name the building in honor of my father, there were several objectives in the gift, and one of those was to renovate the building and to hopefully invite interiors to join. My wife's actually an interior designer, and so we saw the need. You can imagine in the business of architecture and in design in general, we are not separate and we don't walk miles and miles across campus to get to each other. Engineering, architecture, landscape architecture, graphic design, these are things that work together every day, and we saw a vision to at least bring interiors and architecture together. That was a big vision in the building. So part of the gift was to renovate this building and to hopefully expand it and to allow additional collaboration across the campus. So we began doing stakeholder meetings. We brought in alumni from all over the U.S., and we involved our students. And I think one of the things that I shared with this board in the original vision was that we didn't want to miss the opportunity to have our students engaged in this process so they could really learn through the process of how a project went together, and certainly a project that they lived in every day we thought would be special for them. I want to share a few pictures with you because I think it's important to say when I said this is a functionally obsolete building for academics, it probably is the most challenging academic building on campus, which is interesting being the architecture building. This building has not changed since I was a student in the building, and that is absolutely honest. There's been no renovation, there's been nothing done, and it was not a very good building when I was a student. So it has not gotten better. The building's fairly challenging. It's a concrete structure. It's not very flexible. What we've really come into, and I should say, we really did a deep dive. We brought in our LiDAR scanning equipment. We did almost 1,200 scans of the building. We built it into a model, and we took it apart to say, what does this building need to function academically? And when we finished and built it out, what we really came up with was a building over $100 million. It would be more than $100 million to try to renovate the building, and that would not add any additional footage to the building. So at that point, we said that's probably not a wise spend of the money. We need to step back and rethink this, and I think that's an important thing to share with you guys. This building had a lot of deferred maintenance, but just going inside the building, trying to make it academically sound was going to be challenging. That combined about the time you all have seen the Dumont-Jenks master plan, and Dumont-Jenks in their evaluation independently had said, we think this would make a great administrative office, which it would. It would not be very complicated or expensive to renovate it for academic or for administrative purposes, but it would be very challenging for academic. So those two things came together at the same time, and we said, we really need to rethink this. So I want to set that aside, but I think it's important to have shared that with you. When we kind of hit that big number, that's when we all sat down and said, this probably is not a smart thing to proceed with. So in January of 24, about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, we met in Fort Worth. This was your administrative team here with Texas Tech System and Texas Tech University and my team, and sat down and said, what if we looked at a bigger vision? And the bigger vision is to go back to what we set out to do, which is a more collaborative facility. We are not necessarily, I want to be very direct with you, we're not necessarily talking about just an architecture building. Yes, this building that we're going to talk about today will house architecture, but it will also house a lot of other disciplines within it. So we're talking about a building that would house architecture, interiors, the new engineering sciences, the engineering construction technology degree, landscape architecture and graphic design, and also a potential of a business component where business students could get a degree as well. The bigger vision, and this vision is, there is not one that you can go look at any university. This would be groundbreaking, would be a collaborative facility that we're calling the Design Village. And the Design Village would house all these. These would still be at these programs would still be associated with their individual college, but they would come to the Design Village every day. This is where they would be housed, and they would collaborate on a daily basis. The beauty in doing something like this is the cross-discipline function of the building and the ability for a student to move through. Let me give you an example. Today, about 50% of your architecture students who enter as a freshman do not graduate from an architecture degree. There's just a lot of sifting out that happens through the program. Through this, they'll get the ability to see other disciplines, and the ability to transfer from one to the other a little easier. So if they don't, let's say, work out in architecture, the ability to move over to interior design very seamlessly as part of this program, or to get a minor in one of these programs. We think this will create a very enriched learning environment and certainly have a facility that will accommodate this. So the original concept really came about a year ago. Could we do this? The more important thing came, we brought all these deans together and said, can we get alignment on a program like this? Can we get 6 deans to come together and agree that we could do this facility and that we could all work together collaboratively on a program like this? World peace sometimes comes easier than getting 6 deans for 3 days in a room, but they did, and they aligned, and I think what these 6 deans will tell you is they're very excited about the concept of working together, and I think they're very excited about the idea of the design village. So the design village is what we're really coming to you today to talk about, but I want to say a lot of work has been done to facilitate a very distinct vision for what this could be and how it will come together. The location, Dumont Jenks had moved this more central to the campus, so this is 18th Street in Boston. Let me give you a reference that most of you will know, and that's where the band practices. I want to say very, very particular here. It's not that spot. It's just west of that spot, what we call the library parking lot. So, but everybody seems to know where the band practices. So that's going to become a new south entrance. That's going to be a pedestrian walkway. The new Davis College will go just north of that, and then the library, of course, just north of the Davis College. So it moves it more central, and that's important because it gets our students a little more vibrant to the campus and allows the campus to be a little more walkable for all these colleges. And it moves it into an area that we hope to create a little higher profile vision for the campus. So that's the planned location for the building. Just another view where you can see where it is. We're calling this the Design Village. And again, as I said a minute ago, yes, architecture will be housed there full-time. Most of these other programs, just one program, graphic design, interior design, landscape architecture, will have that program full-time housed there as well, but it won't be their college full-time home base. So it's an exciting concept. We're bringing it to you today to try to answer any questions you have, because it is a very distinct difference from just renovating the architecture building and adding on to it. So happy to answer questions that you guys might have related to this. We think this is a game changer educationally. There is a lot of work to do. We still have programming to really get the program defined, get all the space the way it needs to be, get hard cost estimated on the project, and really roll up our sleeves and begin doing conceptual work. So we're a long way. We've got a lot of expert consultants to bring into this before we're really ready to bring it back forward to you, but we needed to get your approval to move forward on this. So it's a distinct difference in what came before this board originally, which was just simply a renovation of the architecture building. So I wanted to put this out today. Happy to answer any questions that you guys might have related to this project.
I have one question. I think it's for Billy, though. The strategic campus plan that we saw, I was trying to find a copy of it, and I can't find it, but I seem to recall there being proposals for new buildings in that plan, and this was not included. Does this complement that plan? Does it take the space of something that we had previously discussed was going to go in that area? Or?
Yes, ma'am. I think Dumont did identify it in their study, and we were kind of in talks with the president at that time. Was this and the Davis College were kind of the 2 anchor buildings that were going to kick off this plan and start the promenades and to get everything centralized. And then we're also centralizing our classrooms there, where the students with these Red Raider rooms would all be very close to multiple classrooms.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Lawrence, how many students are we, with kind of collapsing some of the students out of business and engineering, how many students are we talking about?
Probably about 700 to 800 in architecture, construction engineering, which is a new program we're just starting. And then land and interior design would be a few hundred. I would estimate something in the order of
Fif-
2,000 minutes.
Yeah, I would say 1,500 to 2,000 is about what you're talking about impact.
Would that leave a void in utilization of classrooms in the other buildings, or is it seamlessly just moves over to a new design village?
Had a meeting this week with the provost about hiring. It may not be evident, but we have a real space deficiency where we're gonna put all the new faculty we're gonna hire with the Texas University funds. So space will be purpose, but there won't be, this won't create a lack of use of the
Okay.
existing space.
Chris, as far as, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Your generous gift, the family gift, what's the use of funds? How is that going to play if it's not going to be in the architecture building? Is it appropriate and non-conflicted to move it over into the design building?
You know, someone else may need to speak to this. It is going to be placed, a portion of these gifts were going to student scholarships, and a portion of it was going to the renovation of the building. That would be repurposed and placed into this building. Byron hasn't come to see me yet, but he's told me he's coming to see me because he wants to put the Huckabee name on the design village. So we haven't had that conversation yet, but I do anticipate, Huckabee funds are going to be spent to pay for this building, in full transparency.
Sure.
So,
You told the story, but dig a little deeper, Chris. This is transformational, in my opinion,
I believe it is.
for higher education. This could be a template on not just for those particular disciplines, but as an overall concept that, hey, what a novel concept. Let's have deans talk to each other and actually try to collaborate in the best interest of the student that they're serving.
Yes.
Was this on a napkin? When did you think of this? And let me say this, Chris. What's encouraging to me as one that's flowing off, I see that cogent visionary thinking actually exists on the other side of the dais, not necessarily here.
Yeah.
We're tyrannized by the status quo, and
I would suggest the thinking is occurring in his household.
okay.
In
I'm giving him a
fairness,
chance.
I was about to say that where this thinking started, in all fairness, was Robin Huckabee. And a lot of deans have had to sit through meetings with her, so I want to say this. Her comment was always, I believe I got the best education with my interior design degree at Texas Tech. However, I thought it could have been enhanced more if I was sitting with architects, engineers, construction people, all just like we sit in our offices every day. We don't sit in far-flung buildings and meet each other never, which is what happens right now on this campus. And we think that's a lost opportunity for our students to get enhancements. We actually think this will increase our graduates' potential to get a job and probably be paid more money. And more importantly, many of our students that enter these fields don't graduate because they end up getting in architecture and saying, I don't want to be an architect, I want to be an interior designer. And unfortunately, the pathway from architecture to interior design today is not a smooth path. If I enter into architecture and it does not work out for me, I lose a lot of time and a lot of credit. So part of what we worked with the deans to say is we will have to agree on sharing, collaboration. There's going to be a lot of classes that are not just architecture students. There'll be collaborative classes all the way along the way. But if I'm an architecture student and I decide I want to transfer into the construction engineering program, we're going to have a pathway for them to do that fairly seamlessly, or get a minor in that, or stay and get a major, get a graduate degree. The reason to me this is so important is the comment you made a minute ago. We're not aware of a program that's done that. We're not aware of another university that has said, let's collaborate across all these colleges. To get the deans, 6 deans to come together for several days and to agree, we love this idea and we think it's really strong, was the key. Because if we couldn't get them to agree, there's no reason for us to go down this path. I was on a call with them this week, and I said, now the hard work begins because we've got to program this space. And programming this space is not going to be 6 individual pods where you all go sit in your space, but we call it a design village. The collaborative effort is we're going to have classrooms that are shared all day, every day, which is going to maximize the value of the building. That, to me, is where the magic's going to happen. I said, okay, you guys have agreed to do this. Now we really have to execute this. And that's what's next. This will not be an easy concept, by the way, and they will have to cooperate or this building will not work.
Chairman Griffin, when we met at Chris's office, I do remember, I think it was Dean Fowler, to the point that you've made about being the place where they can get these exceptional learning experiences. He said, what can we do at Texas Tech to be known as the go-to place to have these learning experiences that distinguish them once they go into their employment post-graduation? And engineering isn't the most central part of this, but he saw the opportunity to distinguish this university's learning opportunities.
Well, thank you. I think this is significant, maybe one of the most significant initiatives that we're taking on. And with Robin's influence, I could use her on a couple of other presentations she might want to make too, on higher ed.
Yeah.
But thank you.
I have a
Thank you.
suggestion. If the idea is trying to get these students to quit identifying as the architect student or the interior design student, we can call them all the village people.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
We'll probably never shake
That's
that
for you,
now,
Mr.
so
Chairman.
thank you.
Somewhat related, though, I do think that there is an opportunity for us to determine some kind of certification or some kind of designation for the students that, not necessarily interdisciplinary studies, but if they're leaving here with experiences that
Yes.
exceed what our original degree plan really identified. I mean, I think we need to try to attract them to this, not only saying, hey, it's going to be a cool place, but you're going to get certification or some kind of designation that really presents you in the workplace as someone that's coming with a more rounded education, and you're going to already show up with experiences that some people are going to get in their first 8 to 10 years of in the work.
I agree, and I think that's a very good idea.
One question I had is, this project seems to be much grander than what the original gift that you and Robin brought to us.
Yes.
Is Byron now charged to go raise the rest of these funds? Is your gift capable of doing this, or are we now contingent on having other donors step up to complete the
So
funding?
our gift was to the College of Architecture, and so the College of Architecture will remain the Tommy J. Huckabee College of Architecture. The Design Village is not named at this point. I think the Huckabee family has interest in naming it that, but that will certainly be a separate gift that will be discussed separately and probably as soon as I walk off the dais now that I've said this. But the opportunity we see is to go and raise naming gifts for, well, you've just received a very kind and very generous gift to start the construction engineering program, so, that's done. But we hope to see the same thing with interiors, and we hope to see the same thing with graphic design and others. So I think it creates a real opportunity once the concept of the building is there to go, one, name the building, name the design village, but also name the other components of it as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
So what's the time frame that with all the pieces that have to come into play, do you see groundbreaking in 24 months, or is this, 4 years? What kind of time frame are we
So
looking
good
at?
question. I think this will go slower than most projects through the concept and design stage. I think this will be a much greater labor, a lot more interested parties at the table, and therefore I think it'll go a little slower. So we think about 18 months from right now to being able to break ground, and about 2 years of construction time, so a little lengthier process than most. President Skubanek has said he'd like to see this as a 28 project. I think that's doable, but it would be the end of 28 in order to achieve that. And early 29 is probably more realistic, but it's just going to take longer to do this right. If the planning normally the planning can be done fairly rapidly. On this one, we'll be well-served to take our time in planning, make sure that program is done right, and make sure that the input is there along the way. And that's just going to be a slow process.
Chris, I may also add that there's an opportunity to convene all of the construction companies that have been
Yes.
doing work here for a lot of years, and, have them collaborate, make some contributions. I know you and I talked a little bit earlier, so I would be happy to, help coordinate any of that effort around that with Billy. Billy and I talked about it as well as Dusty, so.
And thank you for that. We're going to take you up on that. I think they will line up to do that.
Yeah,
because
it's
I think
just
exciting for
exciting
them.
to see that, because it's been so difficult if you, we see it in our business. If you come out with a construction management degree or an engineering degree, and then you really want to go and do construction management.
Yes.
This saves money, saves time, and, provides the opportunity for our students to get along with life and make a decision and keep going. So, congratulations to you for that vision. And I echo the sentiment of my fellow board members to say, way to go. Thank you.
I do think it will be a very game-changing project that I do believe people will come from many universities to see how we pulled it off. It won't be easy, though. This cooperation is going to be the key to making this successful.
I don't know that we have formalized our master plan review committee that we talked about from the Dumont analysis, but it would be a shame for us to start these two projects, the Davis College and this village, without having this master plan vision really seal of approval on it. I mean, I think if we're going to do this master planning and say this is what we're trying to do, I think these two buildings have to be the first two building blocks of that long-term plan. And I think that what this really says is we need to get more emphasis on really putting together this master plan review process, making sure that these two buildings are aligned with whatever we decide the long-term vision of the university is.
That plan is, the final version is nearly completed, and then we'll bring it to this board.
Okay.
Chris,
Is that right? Is that right, Noel? Yeah.
Another assignment.
Chris, the 10-story, 155,000 square foot architecture building that we currently have is going to be obviously repurposed, as you mentioned. How large, how many stories, and I know it's early in the game, but how many stories and approximate square feet do you envision here?
We're not talking about footage a lot larger than what we currently have in the architecture building today, if not even less. It's very difficult because there's a lot of circulation in that footage, and it's just not a very efficient building with 10 stories to move our students up and down through. So we're talking probably 2 or 3 stories at the most. We're not talking a tall building. It's going to be more linear, and which will serve our students and our faculty much better. Right now, I have to say the big question mark, when the original planning was put together, it was around 250,000 square feet. And that's why I was talking to the deans this week to say, we're not all going to our corners. We're going to have to share space. Because my friend on the back row that happens to be your CFO is not going to give us the budget that it would take to build a 250,000-foot building, and I agree with that. We are going to have to share. If this is going to be a collaborative space, we're going to have to share our spaces. These spaces are going to have to be maximized. So I think around 150,000 would be ideal for where this building ends up, or even slightly less at the end of the day, but that's next. So get this approval, we'll begin programming, we'll work with the deans, and we'll really get dialed into what that footage is. But the one thing we don't want this building to be is a lot of multi-story spaces. More linear is going to just be more efficient.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Provost Hendrick, any coordinating board approvals needed for this concept, or is it too early? No, we're okay. Thank you.
It's not an issue.
I got 5 more items if you want to hang around that you can do for me, please. Regent Cash, one of the things when you're talking about space utilization, the landscape architecture building is going to get demolished for the Davis College of Ag, which we plan on bringing the Davis College of Ag next board meeting, so you can start seeing some of the concept on that and hire design professionals. So that's some of the space that's going to come out. So really what we're looking for today is to amend the design professional agreement and authorize stage 1 design for the new concept. That'll be programming, heavy programming like Chris talked about, schematic design, statement of probable cost, and a project schedule. And the numbers look like this, and all of the professional services are going to be paid with HEF. And so Noel's confirmed those funds are available, and so we're ready to start selecting some of the sub-consultant that's going to assist the Huckabee architecture firm. So that's all HEF money there. The recommendation is to approve the revised scope of the work for the Tommy J. Huckabee College of Architecture Building Renovation Project and authorize the chancellor or the chancellor's designee to move forward with the new vision, approve the expenditures of a little over $3 million to provide planning and design services for the Texas Tech University Design Village project with an anticipated project budget of $115 million, amend the design professional agreement, outline the new project scope, and authorize the DP Stage 1 for the new initiative. Total expenditure of a little over $3 million with the previous $49,000 be funded through, again, design will be through HEF, but we'll also look at the revenue finance system repaid with HEF and gifts. That's the recommendation, sir.
Are there any questions for Billy? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 2.
Item number 2, HSC in Lubbock. This is to approve the total project budget for the TTU HSC Lubbock 5B West Research Lab Renovation Project and accept the construction manager at risk GMP. This is one of our CCAP projects you've seen numerous times, and today we're looking for the approval to go full construction. So there's Pod B in the middle of the HSC campus. As a reminder, this was the existing floor plan where you gave us approval in November of '24 to go in and demo that, and we're going to build the big box. This is pictures of the demo. It's about complete, and this is the new floor plan. And this is the big box with the outside areas are all fixed, but inside is the concept of having the movable partitions, the quick hookups in the ceiling. It will be occupied throughout or all around us, so it'll be a little tough on construction and timing. Extensive work from the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, but will be converted into something that looks like this, where you've got all your FF&E on casters, where you can move them around, you can move the partitions. We do have the quick connects up in the ceiling, and there's about 88 of those in that space. So that kind of reiterates how extensive the MEP work is there. Project overview. It hasn't changed since the last time I presented. It's approximately 14,235 square feet of research space on the 5th floor in Pod B. Research labs will be BSL2 and BSL2 plus labs. All the FF&E has been removed, and again, we're going to use mobile type equipment in there, and all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems will be updated or reconfigured, and the renovations will allow the flexibility to accommodate different room configurations. They're laid out, I believe, on 11-foot grids. So you've got probably 50 different kind of orientations you can put in that room depending on the type of research and the funding behind it. So here's the project budget. Again, it's CCAP. It's the $11 million project. The additional request is mainly for the construction, and the revised budget will be the $11 million. And so the recommendation, sir, is to authorize the chancellor or chancellor's designee to accept the GMP for the 5B West Research Lab, increase the budget by a little over $9 million for a total budget of $11, waive the use of CM agent, waive the board-directed fee for landscape enhancement, waive the board-directed fee for public art, report it to the THECB, and amend the construction manager at risk agreement. And the total project, like I said, is a CCAP. It'll be funded through the revenue finance system and repaid with the CCAP funds. That's the recommendation.
Any questions for Billy? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Billy, please present item number 3.
Item 3, staying with TTU HSC in Lubbock, approve the expenditures of the TTU HSC Lubbock Preston Smith Library Level 2 renovation project for the design professional Stage 1 and Stage 2 design services. This is, as a reminder, I'll show you a picture of Preston Smith Library. It's on the far west side of the HSC campus, and that's the building that was constructed in 1998. You probably remember we did the 3rd floor. We finished that in August, and it turned out really exceptional for mainly student collaboration space. But now HSC wants to focus on the 2nd floor. And this programming piece goes all the way back to 2020 when the president started having visions of what can we do to the Preston Smith Library to utilize it better for the students and the staff and the faculty. And so they came up with a programming document, and this was the existing 2nd floor where we are today. That's about 30,000 square feet. It'll be a total gut. All of those will come out of there. And this is kind of a picture of what you see in there right now if you went in there. And then the proposed 2nd floor renovation, this is kind of what it's starting to look like through the programming phase of this. And you can see it's got library administration at the top, rare books is a pink on the far right, more student collaboration space on the center. But one of the things that Lori and Provost wanted was more student services to be available there. You can see kind of the green area, there's a lot of offices and suites. That's mainly going to focus for student success. So trying to get this building really geared and built for the students and faculty and staff. So the project overview, like I said, it was constructed in '98, contains 116,000, or almost 117,000 gross square feet. We're looking at the 30,000 on the 2nd floor. And then the functions, open study, more collaboration area, maker space, design studio, that'll be where like 3D printers are, office suites for student success, library administration, rare book room, service desk, interlibrary loan office, that's where you can check out things. I didn't know you could do that anymore. Academy of Teaching, Leadership and Learning, huddle rooms, global health, faculty development, collaboration, student support, and student collaboration again. So 2nd floor elevator lobby will also be a part of this project, and then we'll also do the 1st floor lobby. So when you come into the 1st floor all the way up, all the lobbies look the same. So we're looking for Stage 1 and Stage 2. This was already started in design. That's why you didn't see any partner program or partner selection material that I normally send the board. HSC has already contracted with those. So we got Stage 1 and those services, Stage 2, and those are always just boilerplate as we move through the process. And then the project budget, it's basically all for design. It's a $577,991. The recommendation is to move forward on the Preston Smith Library Level 2 renovation project, approve expenditures of the $577,991 to approve DP Stage 1 and Stage 2 design services. And then that's for the Level 2 renovation project with an anticipated project budget of $9.26. Waive the use of CM agent, we'll do that in-house. Waive the board-directed fee for landscape enhancements. Waive the board-directed fee for public art. We already have public art in that building. In fact, we're going to have to take it out, do the renovation work, and move it back in, and then authorize DP Stage 1 and Stage 2 services and amend their contracts. So expenditures will be funded through HEF and cash and institutional funds and gifts. That's the recommendation.
Any questions? Do I hear a recommendation to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposition? The motion passes. Item number 4, please.
Yes, sir. Approve the expenditures of the TTU HSC Amarillo Operations Center project for design professional Stage 1 and Stage 2 services. This is the Amarillo campus, just an aerial map. And on the far right-hand side, over off Wallace Boulevard, you can see the existing facility that is the shop and the storage area, and it's only 3,822 gross square feet. This facility has operated since before 2002, and since that point, the campus has grown over 283,000 square feet. So it's way too small. It's off location. Eventually, someday, that Wallace building may go away. So we're looking at this project location, which is a 13,000 square foot facility. This land was gifted by the area foundation for this building. And so you can see it located just off the southwest corner of campus. It looks like this on the site plan. It does tie into Outlook Drive. That's where that road goes through. That is a 40 by 290 foot road that ties down. All the utilities are sitting on Outlook also. And then the floor plan over on the right, you can see the majority of that shop, staging and receiving. We actually have a loading dock there where we can receive shipments and boxes or ship out things like pumps and motors that need to be repaired. And then we actually have vehicle bays there where we can actually store the trucks and the automobiles in there, and lockers, break rooms, and some other ancillary spaces. This building looks like this. It's a little different than what you normally see. It's pretty much a metal wall panel building. It does have a brick tech blend wainscoting on the bottom, or water table on the bottom. The roof, it kind of looks like what you'd see out at Rawls Golf. It's a metal roof shaped like clay tile. It comes in bigger sheets. The eave height is 21 foot. The peak height is almost 30 foot. We do have, HC also worked into this to try to look more Spanish Ren. We're going to put either some GFRC, which is glass reinforced concrete, or some stucco. Got a little bit of stone in there, and again, more brick blend around the door areas that you can see there. Project overview is for the TTU HSC Facilities and Safety Service Department to move from this 3,822 square foot shop building that's over by the Wallace Boulevard. And this building right now supports School of Medicine, School of Pharmacy, School of Internal Medicine, Academic Research Building, and Pharmacy and Academic Center, and all the campus, all the grounds on the campus. So you can see it's a little bit inconvenient and too small to do what they're asking them to do right now. And now build a 13,000 square foot facility, which is about 3.5 times bigger than their existing facility. And one of the things that Lori and her team, they were talking about this for a long time, but they tabled it just so they can end up finishing their master plan up there and to make sure it still fit into the grand scheme of the campus. So we tabled it for a little bit, or HSC did, tabled it for a little bit, and then brought it back after the institutional master plan was completed. So it does have the vehicle bays, storage, equipment. It'll give the guys a great place to work on equipment if they want to rebuild a pump or rebuild a motor or weld or do whatever, and space for receiving large shipments, which they don't have right now, and it's very close to campus, so you can probably take things with a golf cart instead of having to get in a vehicle. So stage 1 and stage 2 design is what we're seeking today. Again, boilerplate, what happens in stage 1 and stage 2. So we want to finish all the design on this project before we come back to this board and ask for a contractor to start work on this. We will bid this competitively on the market since the drawings are going to be finished before we want to put it to bid. So we should get some good response out of that.
Billy, what about the old facility?
The old facility, I'm not sure if they have anything planned for that shop building.
Could you go back to the map of the campus?
Yes, sir.
So when the school first opened, Coulter Street, which runs north-south, there's actually a large, extremely busy road. Just to the right of where it says Coulter Street, that's Northwest Hospital. Just below that is BSA. So when the campus was opened for the School of Medicine, all of it was east of Coulter, all of it. So all of it was in that Wallace building. So there's nothing west of Coulter. So we had the School of Pharmacy building that went up, School of Medicine building went up, the research building went up. So what happened was the growth of the campus was entirely on the west side of Coulter. But the storage and the shop was still left over there in Wallace. So this map is a little bit, it doesn't indicate how problematic it is to try to go across Coulter from over there. And we're basically moving everything out of the Wallace building. The Wallace building's full of asbestos. Many years ago, we were looking at some renovations in a library over there, and to put a nail in the wall was going to be a real mess because of the asbestos abatement. So what's going to happen with that is that building, there has been interest expressed by Northwest Hospital as well as BSA in acquiring the entire building. So the idea for us eventually, and I'm saying all this, Lori should be saying this, The idea is to be entirely west of Coulter with all of our properties. And Lori, I'm sorry.
As part of our master plan process, we have 2 community partners that we've worked with. So between Coulter and Point Way that you see there, and from Evans down to Outlook, our community partners have come in and they have a master plan for commercial development as well as housing in this area to also support the growth of our students and the medical community there as a medical hub. So we've been working to integrate within their plans as well so that we're all working together to create a true medical destination.
So, Billy, in one of our previous conversations, we had talked about the location that we've got, and would there be a reason to slide that south all the way to Outlook rather than orphan that? I know we don't own that land to the south of
Right.
that, is that right? So that is a little bit of a problem.
Yes, sir.
So during our master planning process, that was discussed. The individual or group that has that land right there on Outlook Drive, they have commercial development that they're
Okay.
going to put along that drive and housing that our students would have access to. Right now, it's a big challenge. There's only one place for individuals to go get food in this area. So we are supportive of that commercial development around Outlook.
Okay.
So is the land that was deeded to us or gifted to us by the economic development, is it just that tract of land where the storage building's going to be, the shop? Or is there more land to the north?
So we've been working, there's a little bit, there's land that's also being held for us as well as the vet school that sits north as well. But the bordering land that comes on Point and down Outlook, that's all our other 2 community partners.
Just wondering if Outlook, if they're going to put commercial development there and Outlook's going to become a freeway or a busy street like Coulter is, would it make more sense to move that shop, not trying to reinvent the wheel, more north and get it off of that? Because that's going to be a prime location at some point in time. So, but obviously not trying to reinvent the wheel here, but it.
Yeah, I think their master plan on Outlook is really about too deep. That's probably, this block is 5 acres, Regent Culp, and so I'm guessing you probably have about 2.5 acres down south of that. So that gives them, in their master plan, what they're showing is retail space, office space. I think there's adequate room for there, and they really didn't want our operations building sitting right in their retail space, which I can understand that. So the way I understand it is the foundation, when they give us this land for this building, we're supposed to start construction in about 12 months. That's part of the gift agreement. And we're exceeding that, and so they're asking for an extension of that, which we don't think there'll be any problem with that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks, Billy.
Did they give us the road from Outlook to the site, or are we buying that?
We already bought that.
Okay.
Well, and I might add that in our discussion of our facilities meeting, we did talk to Billy, trying to, look at the square footage cost and as we go out to the market and see if we can normalize that a little bit. But I'm super excited that the Health Sciences Center will move from a maintenance facility of 3,800 square feet to 13,000. I mean, obviously you need it. And so I'm very supportive of that.
Yes, ma'am. And so also that road is, if you look north and south, that road research will go all the way up to where the vet school is up there. So we'll build that road. And so some of the cost that maybe escalates the cost per square foot is we've got to build that road. Yeah. And that road's going to be built to Amarillo standards that someday, if we can get that road going all the way north and south, adjacent to the HSC campus, that'll be a city-approved road, and then we can deal with who's going to own that road in the future. So some of that cost is in running the utilities 500 feet and also building a road to the standard of the city of Amarillo.
Any additional questions? Do I hear a motion? Have you given us the motion?
I can't remember. I have not done that yet. So here's the recommendation. Authorize the chancellor or the chancellor's designee to move forward on the HSC Amarillo Operations Center project. Approve the expenditures for the $450,000 to provide Stage 1 and Stage 2 design with an anticipated project budget of the $6.75 million. Waive the CM agent, waive the landscape enhancement, waive the public art, also amend the design professional agreement and authorize Stage 1 and Stage 2, and the expenditure will be funded through higher education funds, cash, institutional funds, and/or gifts. That's the recommendation.
Any questions about that? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. And any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5.
So moving to El Paso, HSC El Paso, approve the expenditures of the clinical science building project and accept the construction manager at risk GMP for bid package 1. What we're seeking your approval today is to do a lot of site work and a lot of utilities to start the process. So as a reminder, for the clinical, I'm going to talk about the clinical, but the next item is the cancer. So a bunch of these slides are the same, and so I'm going to cover a lot of it here, and then the cancer will be a little bit shorter. So the proposed clinical sciences building right there, the cancer is in the same building as that, and that's it on the campus. This is the site plan, the way we're running it right now. You got Rick Francis Road that runs just to the south, well, it's really west, but up here to the bottom of this building. The cancer center is going to be on the left. The clinical building is going to be on the right. That has not changed much. We're still refining what this looks like on the west elevation. This is when you're looking at the grand entrance. Again, cancer's on the left, clinical's on the right. And as a reminder, because we're going to talk a little bit about site, this site drops from left to right 19 feet total. So there's a lot of drainage and a lot of things that go down towards the railroad. So this is actually the south elevation where the clinical entrance is. Again, there's 19-foot drop, and so we're cutting into the earth and doing as minimal amount of work that we have to on the site. So this bid package for site and utilities is going to be site clearing, subsurface demolition, we'll talk a little bit about that, mass grading, subsurface stormwater retention. As we pretty much pave this entire acreage, the TCEQ and the state and the city are going to require us to retain the water on site instead of just dumping it in a real quick way. And so we've got to do some kind of stormwater retention. We're still working through that in design. Site retaining walls, soldier piers, I'm going to show you some of that. Site utilities is going to be water, sewer, storm, gas, and telecom, and then stormwater mitigation and erosion control. So this is really hard to read, so apologies for that. But this is the retaining wall plan in details. So on the far right of our site, where you can see the red and the blue, that is a property line. And so we're not going to be able to access it onto the east side, so we've got to do everything from the middle of the project. On the left side is Rick Francis, and so that drive is going to be active during construction because that's a city road, and so we have to keep that open. And then down at the far south is a railroad. That's the UP Railroad down there. So we have a lot of constraints on this site. The challenging part is most of the dirt and below, we've done borings and core drills all the way down to 80 feet. Most of it's sand. And so that causes a problem when you've got to dig 20 feet deep. Sand, you can't bench it, you can't slope it, and basically the soil type, you're not allowed to do any of that. So what we've got to do is we've got to build barricades basically along the outside of this so we can start digging. So the red is soldier piles, soldier piers. That's actually piers that we're going to drill, fill with concrete. You saw a lot of this like on the south end zone. We've done it on other projects out here on this campus. And we will basically build a wall before we do any excavation. You're going to have concrete piers going all the way down in there with steel. Once we get that, and then the blue, we can use retaining walls there to save a little money and not do the deep piers like we did in the red part. The blue will go down the far south because there's less digging there than at the top. And then along the railroad, we'll put a retaining wall there. And then along Rick Francis, we were going to do the green, which is another set of retention walls for that. So basically, build the barricade, and then we come in and start doing the excavation. This also allows us to start the foundation and start drilling piers for the building too. So a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of money goes into just getting the site where we can start digging and start building the building. So this is a part of the package along with running all the utilities.
All right, I don't want to get too far off the rail. But in my visit last week, Jad and Pat and I were all recently in El Paso, and President Lang shamelessly parked that train at 4:30 between the dental and where this building is going to go. That is a concern. Dr. Lang, what is the plan along the rail? Because it's a real, it was very real at 4:30, I can tell you that, so.
Yes, sir.
President Lang, if you use your microphone, please. Thank you.
You talking about this one, Dr. Lang, or this one?
That one right there, where you
Okay.
can see, again, where the railroad train is and I-10. The majority of access for the patients will be I-10. And so they won't be impacted at all by the railroad.
Not having to go back. So they'll
Exactly.
come in from the north side and then,
Yes, sir. And that's the virtue of putting above the railroad. What we'd like to do ultimately, working with TxDOT, is have a pedestrian underpass underneath the railroad so that faculty members and students and residents that would want to go back and forth can do that.
okay.
Yeah, I'm probably large enough to get a golf cart through there if you're moving food or equipment or something like that too. So, yeah, the challenge is you got TxDOT and you also got the railroad. So, Dr. Lane.
Whatever he did to emphasize the.
He does it to me every time.
He has obviously got a contact with
Yeah,
Union
and it is
Pacific,
a safety issue. You know, we've seen not necessarily students, but other pedestrians walking those roads actually go underneath the rail cars to cross and get through there because some of those rail cars sit there for 45 minutes or so. And so, and it's, I guarantee you, when we do the groundbreaking ceremony, there will be a train come by and blow that horn, right when probably Dr. Lane's talking. So there's quite a bit of traffic. So anyway, back to this site plan. Just want you to understand kind of the complexity of getting this thing cut out. Remember, 19-foot drop. We're going to cut into the earth, try to utilize the earth as giving us a shield for the radiology equipment that's down in the basement, and really trying to eliminate as much cut and fill that we have to for this project.
the retention ponds that are existing, President Lang, will those suffice in this design? Because if I remember correctly, you have a warehouse to your east, and then you have rail, and so where would a retention pond go in that?
A lot of it will be underground. And
Okay.
so everything, Regent Cash, comes down towards the railroad. There's a drainage ditch there now, but once we pave all of this, the surface runoff will be so fast and no absorption anymore into the dirt that's there right now. That's when the state and that's when the city come in and start dictating, and also code dictates that you've got to retain that water somehow. So we're looking at underground storage. We're looking at maybe using one of these retaining walls to build a big retention with rock in it, drill deep and do all of that. We've got to just look at the capacities, and our civil engineers are working on that right now to see how we're going to do that, because it's a big cost. And we're trying to VE that and engineer a lot of that cost out.
If only you had an architect and a construction engineer and a design engineer.
It would be
If we
beautiful.
only had a university that
perfect.
had all of those elements
Yeah.
put together.
We could do it in-house.
Yeah.
So the other, some of the other complications for building in El Paso is the seismic because of earthquakes. And so when you're talking about piers and you're talking about foundations, that all comes into play. And in fact, since we built the MSB 2 projects, probably had 5 earthquakes on it or so. And so that comes into play too when you're talking about your foundations and your structures. Any other questions?
I'm beginning to understand why that land was so cheap, Dr. Lang, that we bought.
So, project overview. Project will construct approximately 225,000 gross square foot multi-story building. This is just the clinical part of that. The clinical science building plan and construction will coincide with the cancer center. We went from 2 and 3 individual buildings to 1 large building to try to save a little bit of efficiency and cost. The new facility also houses all these, the existing clinical practices and those other ones that are listed there. That's the same list that you've seen in the past. will consist of the following components: exam and procedure room. I think the existing clinic I've mentioned in the past is 173,000 square feet. It sees 1,200 patients a day. And Dr. Lang and his team are looking what's going to be needed for 10 and 20 and 30 years down the road. So we have increased a lot of exam and procedures room for not only cancer, but also the clinical side of that. Support areas for the clinical operations, which you can see those support areas. It's got administration, clinical providers, clinical support touchdown spaces, resident touchdown spaces, all the building support rooms, and then parking. That site plan you saw had 654 parking spaces on that. And so the project budget, the additional request is the $48 million for a revised budget of $58,505,000. As you can see, a lot of that's in the construction, some more of design services and professional services. And so the recommendation serves to authorize the Chancellor or Chancellor's designee to approve the expenditures of the $48 million for a total of $58 million for the clinical science building project, anticipated project budget of $203 million, accept the guaranteed maximum price for construction of the bid packet 1, amend the construction manager at risk agreement to execute bid pack 1, amend the design professional agreement. As this building has gotten larger and we've added things, we had to come back in and amend our design professional based on where we originally started to where we are now. We owed them that. And the total expenditure of $58 million, which includes previously approved $10 million, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with capital construction assistance projects, which was almost $60 million, gift funds and institutional funds. That's the recommendation.
Do we feel like we've got the plan now? I mean, no more adjustments. And I understand, Dr. Lane, that there's two different funding mechanisms. These are two different projects, as I understand it. Is the synchronization there? Are they running on parallel tracks? Is one before the other? Is one dependent upon the other? Can you speak to that just briefly?
Yes, sir. When we originally looked at what we thought the buildings would be, it would be a separate cancer center connected to an imaging center, connected to a clinic. So 3 separate buildings interconnected. And the more we delved into what the needs were and how we could save money, how it could be most efficient and really most effective for patient care, it came under the design of a single building. So the amount of funds we'll be able to save and the coordination and the patient care, it really couldn't be any better. And so I don't anticipate this changing at all, sir. But as you say, what we're talking about is one half of the building, the other half is separate. There are 2 different funding mechanisms, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, either in open session or executive session, as you'd like.
Very good, thank you.
Dr. Lang, how many patients do you think that clinic is going to see a day?
Right, so we're currently seeing 120,000 unique patients. We have 750,000 patient encounters. So those patients are 3, 4, and 5 times. And that's 1 out of every 6 people in El Paso receives their care at that medical center. And that's currently. And so we're trying to anticipate, again, and we're building it in a way that is flexible so 10 and 20 years from now, as new equipment becomes available, as care is delivered differently, as we'll be able to see. Now, that's just patient care aside from cancer care, because we don't have a cancer center yet. So that's going to increase our patient load another 10 or 20,000 patients.
President Lang, I just want to commend you for the vision. I mean, we all are very good stewards of, you know, as board members of our capital expenditures. And when you think about, in my view, $58 million for all of this, obstetrics, internal medicine, ophthalmology, I mean, just the many lives of people who will have adequate care is just, it's so critical for that region. And it's important to us, you know, for the El Paso campus. So I just really have to commend you because you are putting things together with your team to try what is the best way to make this happen. So the sentiment of all of us up here is really thank you for that, because for the future you're planning, future generations, and just the health care that is so needed. So thank you again for sticking with it.
Well, thank you. And this building is essential for delivering patient care and education on the clinical research. So thank you for those comments, Regent Acosta.
I want to echo those. Again, I had the opportunity to go out and visit, and not only the vision that you and your team, the two things that struck me the most was just the general need for healthcare in that area. And probably the thing that struck me the deepest was the love and the dedication of the students that were in those buildings that desired to stay in their community to help their community. I think you told me that 1 in 3 people in the El Paso area have or will have cancer at one point in time. Is that correct? To have those students, whether they be dental or medical or nursing, or to have those students and the joy and their desire to stay there and make their community better. It was the thing that touched me the most about that whole thing. So I echo what Arcelia said, and thank you for your vision in the deal.
Well, thank you for your visit, sir.
And by the way, our tour was Friday afternoon on Valentine's Day, and there was packed with students doing their classes, and it was pretty amazing.
Don't forget, there was a train too.
There was a train. There was a train.
If you can figure out how to get rid of that train, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
Motion.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposition? The motion passes. Item number 6.
Staying same spot, same building, approve the expenditure for the Comprehensive Cancer Center project and accept the construction manager at risk GMP, again, for bid pack 1 and site utilities. And we are tracking, even though it's one building, we're tracking 2 because it started as 2, but we've got 2 different funding sources. We've got to keep those separated for audit purposes and for state transparency. So that's why you see 2 of these. So same building for the Cancer Center. Same site plan that you've seen there. This is again, from Rick Francis Boulevard, the west side of the building. And this is the cancer entrance on the north elevation. So we've got a nice drop-off area there. And one of the things that Dr. Lane charged us with, being in one building, is to have their own identity. So the Cancer Center will have a strong identity, and the clinical side will have a strong identity. So when you walk in the building, you know if you're in the Cancer Center or the clinical building. Same bid package for the site utilities. Same map I wanted to show you here of the site, just to show you the extent of the work. The project overview is the project will construct an approximate 131,000 gross square foot multi-story facility, ensure comprehensive and patient-centered approach to cancer care. Proposed new facility will include, we do have the imaging center that's 49,000 gross square feet. And again, that's going to be shared with the clinical building like Dr. Lane talked about. This is one of the reasons we put all this together. So 31,000 gross square foot of that will include various machines. I'm not going to go through all of those for the Cancer Center. And then the 18,000 also will support the clinical building too. So it's a good use of all the equipment to share all of the equipment. The Oncology Center with approximately 82,000 gross square feet, which includes medical oncology, a radiation oncology clinic, an infusion clinic, and the remaining 42,000 is just an assortment of spaces to support all of that. So this project budget, the additional request is $28 million. It's lower than the clinical just based on square footage and also where it sits because it's at the elevation that's the highest on the north end of the project. So the additional request is for the $28 million, revised budget of the $36.7 million. So the recommendation is to authorize Chancellor or Chancellor's designee to approve the expenditures of the $28.3 million for a total of $36.7 million for the Comprehensive Cancer Center project with an anticipated project budget of $138,200,000. Accept the GMP for construction of bid package 1 and site utilities, what we're talking about here, and amend the construction manager at risk agreement to execute bid pack 1 for site and utilities, and then amend the design professional agreement. Like I mentioned, we owe them some additional design costs. Total expenditure of the 36.7, which includes a previously approved $8.3 million, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with the appropriations from the 88th State Legislature regular session of $65 million of the general revenue, and with gifts, funds, and institutional funds.
A question either for Byron or Patrick. Are there naming opportunities for both
Yeah.
of these buildings, one building as a whole, or what, how?
Yes, sir.
What are we working on there?
We've already built for Andrea's team. We built a spreadsheet that has every room listed in this huge building with the square footage, the cost per square foot, the minimum gift required, and then the total cost of that. So every room has it. We've actually separated into tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So it'll be, Dr. Lang and his team can go out and get the premier spaces first and try to sell those. And then if anybody wants to name an exam room, we have the exact square footage for that and the cost for it.
And what about a lead gift for the building itself?
Done. Thank you very much, Mr. Womble. No. And that is
I was
obvious.
thinking more somebody from El Paso.
I can get you an apartment there too, sir. No, we'd love to have that. And obviously, the Cancer Center, we have already received $25 million gift for naming of the Cancer Center. Steve and Nancy Fox, have you heard?
Right.
$5 million from Paso del Norte. And so every part of the building, well, naming opportunities, and the building as a whole as well. Yes, sir.
I guess my question was, I knew the Foxes were involved. Are they naming half the building, or are they naming the whole building, or how does that work?
Just the Cancer Center. So it's not even the building, it's just the Cancer Center in and of itself.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But she has all the data needed, and I promise you, they've been chomping at the bit to get out there. So I'm assuming after today, they're going to be running to knock on doors.
Okay.
And we are waiting for approval for you all. We have the numbers, and then with your approval is to actually break ground in April.
So, Dr. Lang, what's the closest cancer treatment facility to El Paso?
It would be San Antonio. And so that's a 7.5-hour trip. Or you can go 10 hours to 9 to 10 to Dallas. You can go 11 to 12 to Houston. So, and that's why Lori and I are so interested in making sure, because there's no place in West Texas to go. And people that have the means go to MD Anderson. MD Anderson takes about 1 out of every 10 people we refer. Most they don't. And so they don't get cancer care. So the same is for Lori as well.
And we do have a working group, I might have mentioned it before, a working group that's working with Andrea and the president of cancer survivors or those that are actually going through treatment right now. And so we did visit MD Anderson, but we've also included them in the interiors discussion, how we navigate patients through the building, that whole experience. And it's been so valuable to have their input on that. And they're going to go sit through some of our mock-up rooms that we have mocked up for construction where they can go in and see the exam rooms and all. But they have been instrumental in helping us design that too, so.
Any further questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
Motion?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
opposition? And the motion passes. Item number 7.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just really just showcase one project today, unless there's other questions from the board. This is the ASU Aviation Program Training Facility that we completed in January. And I wanted to share this with you because I know in watching a lot of the state legislative hearings and testimonies, this project was brought up many, many times by those legislators and had lots of questions for this. I was out there Tuesday when the wind was blowing 60 miles an hour, and I was very glad to see a student in the simulator and not actually out trying to fly a plane. So this is what the finished product looks like, and the students are in there. They're teaching in there right now. This is the lobby area on the top left, and on the far right, you can see that. Just the corridor. There's classrooms, 2 or 3 classrooms in there, bathrooms, and then this is a multi-purpose room that's there in the building so they can house continuing ed or guests or however they want. And then some of the simulators that you see in the top right and the middle bottom picture is what the students are actually utilizing and flying in. So offices and a conference room. We kept it very simple. It's very efficient. It's very practical, and it's what I'm hearing is great things. And then this is the outside of the building as you drive up on FAA Road. So it's really turned out nice. I hope you guys get to see this, but I just wanted to showcase that since it's had a lot of attention lately.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add to that, I would also tell you that this was all funded through private funds as well as through the city giving us some in an EDA. So a very, very impressive building. And then more importantly, we got in it on time. The students were in it this January and already learning. It's very attractive. We look forward to being able to do some other things that you'll hear about in just a moment that are also tied to that building too.
President Hawkins?
It's big enough,
Not
sir.
big enough.
Regent Cash, we do have, through Regent Womble's recommendation, we do have a place to expand that. And that's my report, sir.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Breedlove. Mr. Chairman, at long last, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Womble. Our next committee to meet is the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Campbell serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Campbell, please continue with the Finance and Investments Committee meeting.
Thank you. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 14th, 2024.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item 1.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. Good morning. I know we're running just a little late, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. I want to talk to you about, this is the annual report after we finish the annual financial statements and we provide them to the state so they can roll them up into the state's financial statements. I'm happy to report to the board that under your leadership, under the leadership of Chancellor Mitchell, the Texas Tech University system continues to be a fiscally strong organization, as evidenced by the strong growth in net position, which in governmental financial statements is the bottom line. You can see here over 10 years, 57% increase, which is a CAGR, or compound annual growth rate, of almost 5%. It's very strong. I would note that a couple of things impacted that as far as MSU being added to the system in fiscal 22, added to that growth. In fiscal 24, we rolled in their foundation onto these systems books and these systems financial statements. So what's driving this increase in net position? So focusing just on the 23 to 24 transition, 13% increase in net position, very strong. Increase in investments, fiscal 24 LTIF return was 12.5%. Mr. Barrett's about to show you that the November one-year return was even stronger than that. So we're very happy there. Again, the addition of the MSU Foundation. In addition, as you know, through the last legislative session, we got an increase in several appropriations from the state, including TUF, HEGI, and several other things. And then we've had an increase in patient fee revenues from the health science centers, and that is primarily driven by increase in patient volume and also a new contract with the TDCJ. So focusing on the revenue streams, you can see here 25% of the system-wide revenue comes from the state through the form of legislative revenues. General revenue is the bulk of that. Again, TUF, Hazelwood, things of that nature. And again, that Hazelwood does not include Hazelwood Legacy, but that is part of the legislative transfers there. Right below that, as far as percent of total revenue, is grants and contracts, which includes with the HRIs, which is 60% of that category, is the hospital contracts. A lot of the general academics is primarily grants, Pell Grants, and other state contracts such as that. Tuition and fees continues to be a strong revenue category for us. As you know, tuition and fees has primarily, or for the most part, been held flat. But as enrollment grows, that total revenue does continue to increase, and we're happy to see that. I've already touched on patient fees, and in that other catch-all bucket, you have the impact on investments, you have housing revenues and gifts and investment income.
And James, can you keep it on that slide for just one sec? One of the things that's really important to remember is, as we're having discussions at the state, all of you know that we've signed on with the state not to raise tuition and fees. That 17% is system-wide. It's a little bit deceptive because if you look at the tuition and fees impact to the health-related, it's much, much smaller. and the tuition and fees impact to the general academics is much, much higher. So for the health-related, it's about 8% of their budget, and for the general academics, what is it, low 20s? Okay, anyway, thanks.
Okay, yes, sir. So taking a little bit deeper look into the top 3 revenue categories and trying to identify trends that we can either be happy about or be concerned about. You can see here in the legislative revenues, again, that's 25% of our total revenue, 14% increase in legislative. We did include the TUF and the HEGI as already discussed, so good, strong growth there. With the grants and contracts, if you look at the chart, you might be a little concerned with that drop-off from 22, but that's primarily the COVID-related federal relief funds that were coming in that just stopped coming in after we moved past the pandemic. And tuition and fees, as you can see here, 1% increase overall system-wide in enrollment from 23 to 24, so that alone can drive the tuition and fee revenue up just a bit, which you see here on the chart. Moving to the expense side, first of all, we thought we'd start with, again, you've seen this in the past years, comparing academics to HRIs and where their money is spent. And similar to what Chancellor Mitchell was talking about with the revenues, it can be a very different picture between the general academics and the health-related institutes. I think primarily the big difference is both are heavily dependent on salary, wages, and benefits. Labor resources are the largest cost by far, but much more so for the health-relateds. A big difference between the two as well is that the general academics tend to carry more debt, so the interest expense and depreciation, bigger campuses, a bigger debt load, so a noticeable difference there. As far as the top 3 categories where the money is going out, as we mentioned, salaries, wages, and benefits, a 5% increase from 23 to 24. And you may recall from the budget discussions we've had over the last year or two, there's been a heavy focus on merit and equity increases so that we can retain our staff. There was a period there where staff, it was very difficult to retain or attract employees. Sorry, get tongue-tied there. Professional fees and services, you can see that going up. HRIs are a big part of that, and that's related to medical care, anesthesiology, radiology, and locum medical services. New term I learned. And the academics increased by 12%, and the big drivers of that were the capital campaign costs. It does take money to get those up and running, and the growth, which is a good thing, of the ASU aviation program. And then just in utilities, rentals, and leases, a lot of that is software leases, and then some land and rental agreements. And lastly, and again, there's not really much to draw from this slide, but I like to keep it in there just so that we can look for things that really grab our attention. But you can see 23 to 24, where we're spending our money, even though the expense budgets go up from year to year, where it's going by percent of total expenditures is almost identical. And with that, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Hearing no questions, thank you, Mr. Malden, for that report.
Thank you.
Mr. Malden, Mr. Barrett, please present item number 2.
Oh, there it goes. Thank you. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about the LTIF and its performance. As you guys might remember, the LTIF is the endowment, and it's managed on a global 60-40 basis. So think 60% stocks, 40% bond-like risk. On the CCIP, I'm going to talk to you about the cash and also the bank and cash pool, which we think of as the shorter term nature of cash, and then NCS, which is our longer term, higher risk portfolio. That NCS portfolio was recently transferred over to the Office of Investments, and we're currently working on ramping up that profile over the last few months. So we'll start with LTIF. LTIF is slightly overweight at this time. Remember, this is November. About 60.8% in growth strategies and about 39.2 within stable value. Over the last few years, the growth portfolio has struggled, I would say over the last 3 years. Most of that's in private assets, which I've talked to you about before. We're starting to see the turn in that. We're starting to see more sales, more M&A activity, and we're hopeful that this year is a good year in the private equity portfolio. You can see on the left side, the one-year number is 18 versus 26, so we're slightly below the target. That is mostly due to the private assets, as I talked about. On the stable value side, that portfolio is outperforming the bar cap over virtually every period and by substantial margins, and that's really what's driving some of the outperformance over the last 3 years. So let's look at the total LTIF. If you look at the one-year number, total LTIF at the end of November is around 14.7. The policy composite is 18.3, so we're slightly behind there. If you go to the 3, 5, 7, and 10, we're ahead over every category. Where you really see the difference too, if you go down to that one-year period, you can see the difference in that growth, 18 versus 26, but stable value, 9 versus 4.6 was a substantial driver. When we get to December's report, when I report to you guys next, I'll be happy to say that we're outperforming the policy benchmark over the one-year period, 3, 5, 7, and 10. So we had a great November, or December. So in this section, this is really where you can see the detail. When I talk about where private equity struggled, if you look at the 1 and 3 year number columns and go down to about the middle, you see private equity and real assets. That's roughly a 2.9 and -7% return in real assets. In the 3 years, -6 and then +7.8 on real assets. This last 3 years with the rate rise has really hurt that portfolio, specifically the real estate and then in private equity valuations. Again, we're seeing that turn, so we're pretty excited about what's coming over the next few years. I also would point you out to public equity. Our public equity portfolio has actually done exactly what we wanted. You can see the return in the one-year period of, I think that says 26.1. Our public equity is up 30.9. Our portable alpha was up 32. Active managers were up 29. And you could kind of look across that horizontally and see outperformance across the board in the public equity space. The one thing I would say in stable value, which has just performed incredible, is private debt. If you look at the private debt line items, have done really well over the last few years. That's because interest rates are up and you're making more money off loans, right? We expect that to continue. The other thing that's been a real blessing over the last year is hedge funds. Our absolute return portfolios have started performing really well and have continued into the new year, even with the volatility in the markets. So how's the LTIF done? This is just kind of your long-term since inception. So 1996 it was formed. Our goal is to stay with that kind of middle gray line or brownish line that's CPI plus 5. So we really want to stay pretty close to that. You can see we bounce up and down, but that's the goal strategically for the fund. As far as the composite, we're slightly behind 11 basis points, but you can see we're right on top of that, and that would be the red line, which is us, versus the black line, which is the composite portfolio. This chart I like because I think this shows the synergies of what we do here, right? The foundation board, Patrick and Byron and the entire teams raise money, and that money can be seen on the right side in that gray color, which is about $1.37 billion raised since inception. That's impressive. The investment performance has been about $1.41 billion, and that does not include the distribution that we pay out of almost $1 billion. It's about $950 million. We expect to pass that $1 billion number this year because we're running about $25 million quarterly payout. So it's a pretty substantial payout. Now I'm going to switch gears to the comprehensive cash pool. You can see the total CCIP has done incredibly well. Over the last year, it's up 11.3%. A lot of this is due to the non-current segment, and you can see if you go down one level in the middle, that was up 15.1% this last year versus the policy of 9.8%. The cash and contingency segment, which you would expect to do really well in rising rates, has exactly done that. The Treasury team has done a fantastic job, and it's up 5.6%.
Tim, do you have a pivot point on cash when you want to take it out of the fixed income space into the public or private equity space? Is there a number out there that you're watching, saying, okay, if it's 3% or 3.5%, what is there a pivot point there that you look at?
Yeah, I think I want to be really clear. I don't manage the cash and contingency part. That's managed by James and the Treasury team. We have an internal target within those buckets of 70-30, right? So 70% long-term of the money we want to have in that higher risk NCS portfolio that's managed by my team, 30% in there. You can see from the weights right now, it's 64-36. I would tell you that we will move that money, but right now, as we build out that portfolio, it's probably going to take us another 3 months to fund all the managers and get it structured right. So I'd say it's probably within the next 6 months, you'll see that all shift over to us. If we saw a rapid decline in rates and stuff and saw the opportunity to cash in, we would talk about that and take advantage of it.
Lawrence, where's the tough money? Where does it reside in these investments? Or Tim, maybe you can answer that, the tough money.
I cannot.
Or is it so short term, Noel?
No, it's managed by the comptroller.
That's right. Excuse me. That's right.
But Chairman, also remember that this is a huge philosophical change overall. This investment, Regent Campbell, Regent Walker before him, remember people were talking about this large amount of money that we had over here that really wasn't making much of anything. So the idea behind this, when you talk about that tipping point or something, is really how much do the universities need to keep in ready cash, and then can we do something more aggressively with a large part of the money that's just been sitting there? And so they're just now starting to get into that, and they're just now starting to put the strategy together for that part of the portfolio.
I did a poor job of articulating.
So Chairman Griffin?
To the university, which will be looking at 60 million this year?
Yeah, 60 million this year.
Yeah, it came in when he went through the budget. Yeah. So we just
Noel
got the distribution from the TUF.
It's in the comptroller's office.
Right, it's part of the comptroller's portfolio.
So they keep the spin-off, the distribution
No, sir.
resides.
Get the spin-off, they keep the corpus.
What are we doing with the spin-off?
Yeah.
The money
So
that's received.
So far, we've hired about 20 faculty members.
So it's fairly fungible, it's just rolling.
Directly into the budget.
Yeah.
When the comptroller's office gives us the distribution, it goes into the CSIP until Texas Tech spends.
Got it. Thanks, sir.
Well, I dodged that one, I'm glad, because I didn't have any idea where that money went. Let's see, where was I? Total CSIP, if you look at the bottom right, is kind of the performance over the last 1 year period of 11.3, which is fantastic. And you can kind of really see those charts. If you look out over time, they're much lower. That's just reflective over the last couple of years. We changed that portfolio, as the Chancellor said, and we're taking more risk in that portfolio now. Longer term, you are going to see the chart go to 70-30 on those splits, but I think that'll take a few more months. So here's the detail of the non-current segment. So you can see the NCS returned 15.1%. Public equity itself was the big driver. You can see that up 26.5% over the 1 year period, which is great. And the debt portfolio up 6%, so it's green all the way across the board. We've had a fantastic run in financial markets. I would tell you that the easy ride is over, and we're starting to see a lot more volatility in the markets, and I think you should expect that going forward. But the portfolio is really well positioned for that with what we're putting into the portfolio over the next few months. The cash segment, you can see the bank accounts. These fluctuate as money goes in and out, but overall, we're running over 3% in September, October, and November, it's down to about 3.17. The Texas classes is the higher returning down there with Logic ST at 483 and 488. The contingency segment is really the agency, municipal, and treasury portfolio run by Treasury. To me, the thing you should focus on here is what's your yield to maturity, because we are a buy and hold shop in Treasury. So they are gonna receive a 4.1% return in their agencies, a 4 in municipals, and a 4 in treasuries as they hold those to maturity. When you look at duration or coupon yield, that's what you're seeing by the change in the interest rate curve that moves those bonds around. If you're buy and hold, it's just a marking in the portfolio, because you will get the yield to maturity from here. I do want to give a quick personnel update. We recently hired a new person in Austin. His name's Nick Ballard. He has an MBA and a BBA in finance. He's also a CFA and a CPA, and he's working on systems reporting and valuation work in our office, and is an absolute big win for us to pull him into our team. He'll also be working along Chris Gailey, who I believe is here in the back, right back there. Chris runs all of our tax, audit, legal, and works with Nick as well. So I also wanted to finish and talk just a little bit about our intern program and our associate program, because I'm super excited about it. We've just gone through a round of interviews, and we have 1 round of interviews left for interns. We're targeting to hire 3 again this summer. They go through an 11-week program covering all the asset classes, and they also do a trip to NEPC, and I think Tim Bruce is back there too, our consultant, and they get kind of run through the gauntlet at the consultant's office, where they kind of learn about capital markets, banking, insurance companies, pension funds, endowments, and the whole landscape of finance. So it's a big win for the interns. You guys may remember we have associates, and that is somebody that was an intern, graduated from Texas Tech, and then we hire them on a 3-year contract. Each year we can renew it. We hired our first one last year. He's working out fantastic, Zach Schaefer. I just made an offer to a young lady to start in July, who is a Texas Tech grad, will be in May. So we're excited about that. And then the following year, we'll hire 1 more, and we're going to rotate 3 of them through our system, 1 dropping off each year. And then the last piece, I would say, is we're hiring an operations analyst that will support Chris and Nick in all the tax work, accounting work that needs to be done.
Tim, is there any room or inclination on this associates or the intern program to expand to MSU or ASU?
MSU and ASU are in the program.
Okay.
So we post internships at all those places.
Okay.
I would say the vast majority of applicants are from TTU, and I think that's just a size issue.
Sure.
But yes, in fact, we had an ASU intern last summer.
Thank you.
That's all my prepared remarks, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett, for that report.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Now we will move to the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Sweat serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. Buckle up. I have 27 items. So first off is I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 14th, 2024. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, before we move on, I would like to note that during the presentation of the tenure-related items, you'll see some names displayed on the screen behind me. and of the individuals who will be granted tenure. And this is quite an accomplishment, and we're going to want to recognize them when their turn comes by giving them a round of applause. And I will cue you for your applause. So Dr. Topliff, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. Our first item is to approve changes in academic rank. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in the academic rank effective September 1 of this year for the faculty that are listed below. There are 9 of them. I think these are moving from associate to full professor, so they're not on the screen. But at any rate, they've been judged through our process as worthy of this promotion, and we recommend that they be approved.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Please continue with item number 2.
Thank you. Item 2 is to approve changes in the academic rank and the granting of tenure for 13 faculty that Keno is going to show there. So the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure effective September 1st, 2025, the faculty that you see there on the screen. Members of the faculty are granted tenure under the provisions of the tenure policy, which has been approved by this board. The appropriate reviewing committees and administrative personnel have judged those members of the faculty whose names appear on the screen as worthy of academic tenure. Procedures established in the tenure policy for the awarding of tenure to qualified members of the faculty has been carefully followed. After these changes in tenure, there will be 149 tenured faculty at the university. This is their total of 196 that are either tenured or tenure track, so that brings that percentage to 76%. In addition, there's a number of full-time non-tenure faculty at the university is 94.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Let's please give these individuals a round of applause. All right, item number 3, Dr. Topliff.
So I have one more appointment with tenure. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure to the faculty listed below concurrently with her appointment. This is Dr. Katie Lyman, who will be the new Dean of the Archer College of Health and Human Services and Professor in the Department of Health Science Professions. Dr. Lyman is currently the Dean of Health Occupations and Healthcare and Simulation at Kirkwood Community College. She was formerly tenured at North Dakota State before moving to Kirkwood. So she has been approved and again judged by the appropriate committees and administrative personnel as worthy of this appointment as professor and dean, and that procedure is established in our OPs.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. One more round of applause, please. Thank you. Please proceed with item number 4.
Item 4 is to approve a Bachelor of Science in Artificial Intelligence. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program request for the Bachelor of Science degree in Artificial Intelligence within the College of Science and Engineering and authorize the submission to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board seeking its approval and to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges for its review. We intend to implement this new program in the fall of '25. I'm not going to go into a great deal about the background information. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know the importance of AI. And certainly this is an area that we are rapidly moving into and one we think is very important from a workforce position as well as we think it will be very popular. We expect, you can see there in the 5-year enrollment projections, that by the end of the fifth year, we'll steady state at about 85 students. And the total cost of the program is estimated for 5 years of $1.89 million, and with revenue or total funding for the program between reallocation, anticipated formula funding, tuition and fees of $4.26 million.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this is delivered strictly online?
That's correct. It's strictly an online program. I failed to mention that.
I would like to sign up for 4318 Artificial Intelligence, please. So,
We will get you registered next week.
thank you.
There's plenty of that around this table.
Where's my gavel? All right, any comments or questions? All right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you. Please proceed with item number 5.
Item 5 is to approve a Master of Science in Artificial Intelligence. President recommends and the Chancellor concurs the Board of Regents approve a new degree program request for a Master of Science degree in Artificial Intelligence within the College of Science and Engineering, again to be proposed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges for its review. And again, we anticipate beginning this program in the fall of '25. This is obviously a companion to the bachelor's degree program. We believe that there will be strong enrollment in this program, as you can see in Table 1, and the costs are listed in Table 5. Again, about $1.89 million in total costs over 5 years, with total funding coming in at about $2.6 million. Again, this is an online program that we believe will allow us to reach beyond San Angelo and into really the entire nation.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Please proceed to item number 6.
I'm almost done. We're asking for approval of an addition to an air traffic operations concentration to the Bachelor of Commercial Aviation program. President recommends and Chancellor concurs. The Board of Regents approve the addition of an air traffic operations concentration to the Bachelor of Commercial Aviation program that is housed in the Department of Management and Marketing within the Norris Vincent College of Business. And again, submission to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and to SACS for their review. Again, I'm not going to go a lot into the background information, but I will say that even in our area, so the Midland Tower, the Midland Approach Control, is now only operating part-time. They are 18 air traffic controllers short of being able to operate that 24/7. The tower at San Angelo's Mathis Field is also operating on a part-time basis, operates from about 6 o'clock in the morning until about 6 o'clock in the evening, sometimes a little bit later than that. We have not only commercial air traffic in there, but now in our commercial aviation program, with 170 pilots flying virtually every day, without approach control and without a tower that's fully manned, fully operational, it is definitely a safety consideration. This air traffic operations program will help meet those needs, and in fact, we have already talked to the management company that manages the tower in San Angelo, and they are excited to have students that they can bring into that tower for additional training. So you can see in Table 1 what the projected enrollment is. Again, we think in 5 years it will stabilize at about 86 students. The cost of 5-year cost about $1.59 million, and the total funding about $2.7 million. I will say that we anticipate some new funds there. We think that we will be able to raise funds to support that program just as we did the commercial aviation program. I was really happy, Billy, that you showed that facility. I will tell you that that facility was built with no state funds. Between the city of Amarillo, the EDA and federal EDA.
San Angelo.
I used to live there. I guess I forgot that.
San Angelo.
Yeah, that's it.
San Angelo,
Next.
city of San Angelo.
That's really,
Yes, my apologies. So the city of San Angelo, EDA, and private donations, we raised about 10.2 million to build that facility, so it was done without any state funds. We think we can do the same thing with this program.
and you're addressing a nationwide shortage of I always say flight controllers because the NASA girl in me can't let that go, of air traffic controllers. But I think this is huge, and I think you're going to get more than 86 students. If
Well,
you
I have a
start
habit
filling
of
the needs.
under-promising and over-delivering, so
All right, well, thank you so much. I think this is a huge step forward, and it's going to set us aside, because the only two, I don't know if people know, but the only two universities that produce air traffic controllers are from Oklahoma. And so we didn't have one. We don't have one in Texas, so this is going to be a really big thing.
we're about to, if you'll allow us to.
Oh, well, let's see. Are there any comments or questions? All right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
So much. Let's proceed now to item number 7 with Dr. Marston.
The President recommends, and the Chancellor concurs, that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2025 for the 8 faculty listed in your agenda. The faculty members whose names appear have been judged by the appropriate departmental, collegiate, and university committees, and administrative personnel is worthy of promotions for which they have been recommended. University policy for recommending the promotion of the qualified members of the faculty have been carefully followed.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please press to item number 8.
The President recommends, and the Chancellor concurs, that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank and granting of tenure effective September 1, 2025 for the 10 faculty as listed on the screen. The faculty members whose names appear have been judged by the appropriate departmental, collegiate, and university committees, and the university administrative personnel is worthy of promotion and tenure for which they have been recommended. University policy for recommending promotion and tenure for these members have also been carefully followed. Approval of tenure of these individuals will bring the number of full-time tenured faculty at Midwestern State University in fall 2025 to 127. There is a total of 217 full-time faculty at MSU, which includes 35 tenure track and 55 non-tenure track. With the approval of this item, the percentage of full-time faculty who are tenured will be 59%, and the percentage of full-time faculty who are tenured or tenure track will be 75%.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's please give these individuals a round of applause. All right, Dr. Haney, you're up.
Yes. There we go. So we are excited to present for the board's approval our new strategic plan. The university has not, our prior plan lapsed in 2022, and conversations had begun around the campus prior to my arrival, and we took that feedback, and over the 6 or 8 months when I arrived, we established our 3 goals, and we followed that keep it simple, stupid principle of what do? We educate, we support our faculty, staff, our students, and we serve our community. But I also want to give a shout out to Dr. Matthew Capps, who leads our Faculty Senate. Our prior mission statement was 150 words or so, and I tasked them to draft a new mission statement for us, and the only charge I gave them was it could be no more than 25. And they came back with, I think, a terrific new mission statement. We also have created our strategic objectives underneath each one of those, as well as our KPIs, so that we can hold ourselves accountable. We presented this in a series of meetings across our campus. We also had a website where our faculty, staff, and students could provide feedback. We made adjustments appropriately. We then presented the strategic plan to our chamber board and receive their feedback, as well as to numerous community members through our Lifelong Learning Center. So we are excited to be able to have a focus now and a direction and a path for us to be able to continue to do amazing things at MSU. And so I am presenting this to the board and to the committee for approval for us to be able to move forward with our new strategic plan. Okay, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any comments or questions? Right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Haney. And Dr.
I do have a comment, Madam Chair.
Uh-huh.
So one of the things that Haney's not going to tell you is that one of the things they've not been doing at Midwestern State for quite some time is letting the faculty and the employees evaluate all the administrators down to the departmental level. For whatever reason, the revolving door of leadership there, whatever it might be, they haven't done that. So she started it, and the first person on the chopping block, if you will, was her, metaphorically speaking. So she got great information coming back, but her approval rating with her faculty and her staff is right at 90%. So I think that deserves a round of applause.
Well, to be fair, I don't know that you would say approval rating, but at least 90% of them think I should continue in the job, so I'll take that.
I say approval rating.
Ted, our unofficial shows you at about 67.
On any given day, it's just right one way or the other.
That's going to sting for a while. All right, Dr. Hendrick, you're up.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor agrees that you approve the recommended changes in academic rank for those faculty members listed in your book under item 10. Upon approval, their promotions become effective September 1st, 2025. These faculty members have been judged by the respective department, faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed with item 11.
President recommends and Chancellor approves that you approve the recommended changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure for those faculty members listed in your books and on the screen. May the record indicate a correction in the spelling of Dr. Aranchalam Swaminathan's name on page ACS 27 of the agenda book. Upon your approval today, the promotions become effective September 1st and tenure effective March 7th, 2025. These faculty members have also been judged by the respective department faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion and tenure.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's please give them a round of applause. All right, please proceed with item number 12.
Thank you. President recommends, Chancellor concurs, that the board approve granting tenure for those listed in your book and on the screen. These faculty members have been judged by the respective faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of the granting of tenure.
All right, any comments or questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's please give them a round of applause. Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed to item number 13.
President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve granting of tenure for the following faculty members concurrent with their respective appointments. Butai Luan joined the Department of Mathematics and Statistics as an associate professor on September 1st, 2024, earned his tenure previously at Mississippi State University, and has a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics from Hanoi National University, a master's degree in computational mathematics from Vietnam National University, and a PhD in applied mathematics from the University of Innsbruck, Austria. Wei Zhang
Dr. Wei Zhang joined the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Construction Engineering in the Whitaker College as a professor on August 14, 2024. Previously earned tenure at Cleveland State University. She earned bachelor's and master's degrees in civil and environmental engineering from Gaotong University in China and a PhD in mechanical engineering from the same institution in 2023. They have been judged by the respective department faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of tenure. The approval of these individuals, along with those prior approvals, will bring the total of 1,163 full-time tenured and tenure-track faculty at Texas Tech University. The appointment of these faculty will bring those awarded tenure to 69.9%, which represent 41.6% of all of our faculty. Together, tenure-track faculty represent 59.6% of all faculty and 69.2% of our full-time faculty.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. One more round of applause, please. All right, please proceed to item number 14.
We seek your approval today for 2 Horn Distinguished Professorship designations. Dr. Michelle Pantoja, the J.W. Wright Regents Chair of Mechanical Engineering, joined Texas Tech in 2000 after serving as a combustion program manager for the California Energy Commission. She established the Energetic Materials Combustion Laboratory here at Texas Tech and has mentored over 80 students, with 90% of them entering the energetic materials field. Her work includes 200-plus journal publications, 4 patents, and multiple books. She received an NSF Presidential Early Career Award in 2004. Dr. William Wenthe is a professor of poetry and creative writing, and former chair in Department of English at Texas Tech University, where he's been a faculty member since 1992. A widely recognized poet, he has published 5 poetry collections and over 200 poems in major literary journals. His work appears in many anthologies, and he has led workshops and given more than 500 poetry readings nationwide. These 2 individuals' nominations and recommendations were recommended by the Texas Tech Horn Professors Committee and approved by the President and the Chancellor.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's proceed to item number 15. We're more than halfway there, people.
President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new degree program, the Bachelor of Science with a major in computing applications. This program bridges computer science with humanities and allows students to customize their education across non-STEM as well as soft STEM fields. IT occupations are expected to grow by 13% by 2030 and add nearly 700,000 jobs here in the U.S. No Texas universities currently offer an online BS in computing applications, but there are several others in the country with whom we will now be able to compete. The degree will reside in the office of the provost in Texas Tech Online and offered 100% online. Programs like this will allow us to track some of the nearly 40 million adults in the country with some college but no degree. Your approval will authorize me to submit the program to the Higher Ed Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement as a new program.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 16.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new degree program, the Bachelor of Arts with a major in legal studies. The BA in legal studies will provide an interdisciplinary approach to legal education, preparing students for law school or law-related careers such as compliance officers or government policy advisors. Only 4 public universities in Texas offer similar programs, but all outside of our service area. Legal occupations projected to grow significantly with over 85,000 new job openings annually and a median annual wage of just over $99,000. This degree program will reside in the office of the provost in Texas Tech Online and be offered 100% online with some hybrid course delivery options. Your approval will authorize me to submit this program to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement as a new degree program.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions?
Provost Hendrick, what's a time frame typically from submission for approval until approved? I know it varies, I'm sure, from submission to submission, but on average, when you say we're sending it for approval, how long will you?
We hope to be able to offer these programs in the fall of 2025.
Thank you.
Pretty quick. Good question. Any other comments or questions? All right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 17.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve a new degree program, the Bachelor of Arts with a major in organizational leadership. This program will equip students with expertise in leadership theory, organizational dynamics, and strategic decision-making, opens careers, pathways in human resources, marketing, and management. 4 other Texas universities offer similar programs, but none based in this part of the state. This degree program will reside in the Office of the Provost and Texas Tech Online and offer it 100% online with some hybrid course delivery options. Your approval will authorize me to submit this program to the Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement as a new degree program.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. On to number 18, please.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve a new degree program, the Bachelor of General Studies with a major in Arts and Sciences, Multidisciplinary Studies. This program will be administered and housed in the College of Arts and Sciences with in-person, hybrid, and 100% online options. This degree provides a flexible path for students integrating 3 areas of academic study of their choosing, catering to those with diverse academic backgrounds, transfer credits, or major changes. There are no additional course or faculty requirements, and we expect enrollment to grow from 50 to over 100 students in 5 years. Your approval will authorize me to submit this to the Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement as a new degree program.
Any comments or questions?
Provost Hendricks, what kind of counseling do we give? Whenever you give kids a chance to choose, funny things happen probably. I know these are rather specific areas of study in the arts and sciences. What type of counseling is involved there with regard to the student? Or you say, oh, I like this or this or this, when in fact the combination may not be as significant or effective as another approach.
Yes,
Do we
sir.
do that?
Many of these students will be those who will come to us and say, I decided this, this, and this, and now I need to bring this together into something else. So non-traditional students or students who have had varied pathways getting to Texas Tech or have maybe bounced around a little bit while they're here. Some will come in wanting a very focused multidisciplinary area. So it's about balancing what they've done so far and maximizing the impact of those credits to minimize the time that they will graduate. For those who come in this area, it's about helping them refine their interest, ensure they graduate with something that brings those interests together.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? Then I move to present the item as, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. On to item number 19.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve a new degree program, the Bachelor of Science with a major in Arts and Sciences, Multidisciplinary Studies. This program will be housed in and administered by the College of Arts and Sciences with in-person, hybrid, and 100% online options. This program allows students to bring together their interest in 3 different STEM areas of their choosing within the college, and again offers an alternative path for students who may be in traditional majors or pre-professional tracks or adult learners. We expect enrollment to be about 8% of the general studies students, with those students migrating into this program. Your approval will allow me to submit this program to the Coordinating Board and Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement as a new degree.
Any comments or questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Please proceed to item number 20.
Thank you. President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new degree program, the Bachelor of Science degree with a major in Biological Systems Engineering. This program will be housed in the Whitaker College of Engineering and will equip students with skills to address real-world challenges in biotechnology, food processing, renewable biofuels, sustainable agriculture, and environmental sustainability. Bioeconomy and technology sectors are experiencing rapid growth within the U.S. economy, generating more than $400 billion. Workforce demand outpaces the national average, with agricultural engineers, bioengineers, food science, and biochemists all expected to see significant growth rates. There are no similar Bachelor of Science programs here in Texas. The closest in-state option is one at Texas A&M, but does not offer the variety of concentrations that we would. Our estimate for cumulative headcount is 139 students by year 5. We'll need 10 additional faculty to support this program. We anticipate that all these faculty will be heavily involved in research funded by the Texas University Fund. Your approval will authorize me to submit this program to the Higher Ed Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement as a new degree program.
Any comments or questions?
Lawrence or Ron, what distinguishes the tough investment here? Is it just purely faculty or research versus all these other programs or majors, master's programs that we just approved? Why tough here and not mentioned in the others?
We have a well-defined process for faculty to submit requests for TUF funding. It goes to the VPR and the provost, and then it comes to me. I think so far, we've approved about 20 faculty hires on TUF, and I think Noel said that we've spent, of our first distribution of $44 million, we've spent about $30 million. And it's very much focused on those areas that will generate external funding. So systems engineering is such an example. We've used it there and also to retain faculty. Ron's done an amazing job of reducing the number of tenured faculty we've lost. 3 years ago, we were losing maybe 100 people a year, of which 50 were tenured. This year, that number is less than 10. And TUF money has been used to retain those faculty, but the primary focus is to generate external funding.
So it's program specific.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, most of those prior programs will be delivered by professors of practice and lecturers. The online programs in particular, the ones in arts and sciences will be delivered largely by existing faculty, some who will be doing research. These will be research-intensive faculty area, things like water, agriculture, agricultural engineering, food processing and engineering, those areas. So they align very well with the priorities the President outlined.
And I had one
Mr.
more
Chairman,
question. Oh, go ahead.
the Chancellor just whispered in my ear to remind me that we are investing in our current areas of strengths. Yeah, yes.
It's not just about getting money, it's getting money in
Yeah.
areas of strength that we naturally have.
Yeah.
Ron, what is, when you take it to the coordinating board, what's the success rate? Is it a rubber stamp approval? Is it automatic when you take it to the coordinating board?
Generally, yes, sir. We work to make sure that things that we do align with guidelines and requirements of the coordinating board. They provide us with data about job forecasts and other things now. So it's a much more streamlined process working with the board.
Is that the same with the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools? Do they usually just certify that as well or authorize that?
Generally speaking, yes.
And if I may say something about that, this gets back to what Lawrence is talking about. You know, one of the things that I think for long-term sustainability of anything we're doing in any of our universities, play to your strengths. It's really easy when you go to the coordinating board to talk about aviation at Angelo State. They get it. Whether it's air traffic control, whether it's working with Howard College on aviation mechanics, whether it's the pilot program at Angelo State, that's easy. They understand that. Where the coordinating board gets a little bit sideways with you, if you start bringing in programs that you're just trying to put a degree program together to kind of, you know, throw spaghetti against the wall, see what sticks for SCHs, for semester credit hours. So everything the universities, you know, as we came out of the recession back in 10, 11, 12, I personally think that it behooves us to focus on areas of our strengths and always build on those. And if you do that, it makes it easy for the coordinating board and it makes it easy for SACs.
Regent Culp, since you mentioned Saks, I won't go into details at this time, but this morning, the Saks committee has been here this week. They gave us their final report. We were very, very pleased by the outcome. They were so complimentary of the institution, and I was very proud of my colleagues who did so much work over the last 4 years to get us ready for that.
Fantastic. Was it the interview with Regent Cash that got us over the
Yes.
hump?
They did comment
Indeed, it was.
that they loved our Regents. I'm not just saying that.
Could you have done something about the weather? They looked
Oh,
shell-shocked.
they did complain. They mentioned that this morning too, but I said,
All right, any other comments or questions or insults for Mr. Cash? Okay. And then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Please proceed to item, I forgot where we were. 21.
President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new degree program, Bachelor of Science degree with a major in construction engineering technology. This program will also be housed in the Whitaker College of Engineering and prepare students to plan, manage, and execute construction projects by combining engineering principles with practical construction techniques. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects strong demand for this degree, and we certainly see that in the recruiters that come to campus. Estimates for cumulative headcount by year 5 is approximately 70 students. We will be hiring 3 professors of practice initially over a 3-year term and 1 new academic advisor to support this program. Costs for doing so are roughly $2.5 million, and 5-year funding estimates are over $4 million. Thanks to a generous gift from John and Paige Bick, we look forward to bringing this program back to Texas Tech University. And your approval will allow me to submit this program to the Higher Education Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement as a new degree.
Any comments?
Ron, yes, Chairman Kirk, I have a quick question. I was noticing that this is going to be delivered on a face-to-face basis.
Yes.
At the Lubbock campus, and I'm just curious, and we can talk about this offline, given all of the modular engineering, I know we're doing some, and there's also data centers all over. I mean, people are going to where the jobs are.
Mm-hmm.
I would just wonder if there's a way that we might be able to do some remote for this, because this is a very, very fascinating degree for us to offer. So you can consider that offline. I just wanted to plant the seed. Lawrence.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. Appreciate that comment.
All right, any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair, I got a chance to be with the Bick family and at the deal, and I just want to publicly thank them for their gift. I know that I think Cody and Tim may have some relationships with them and from the Midland days, but what a wonderful gift, and couldn't come at a better time for this particular major. So.
Thank you, Regent Cash. Any other comments or questions? All right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 22.
Thank you. President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a new degree in the Bachelor of Science in Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. This degree program focuses on the user side of artificial intelligence, emphasizing design, development, and evaluation of AI technologies within human context. This interdisciplinary degree will prepare students to work in AI-related roles across ethics, psychology, sociology, communication, management, education, law, and others. While 3 Texas universities currently offer AI degrees, they focus primarily on artificial intelligence development rather than human-centered applications of AI. We'll offer this degree program in 100% online in some hybrid formats, and it will be housed in the office of the provost in Texas Tech Online. Projected enrollment is approximately 25 students in year 1 to more than 250 by year 5. Your approval will authorize us to submit these programs to the coordinating board and the Southern Association of Schools and Colleges for certification and acknowledgement as a new degree.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 23.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve the closure of the Bachelor of Arts in Media Studies. Housed in the College of Media and Communication, the program recently underwent a comprehensive review. Findings from the review indicate that enrollment has remained stable but very flat, and the courses offered closely align with another degree program in the college. Prospective students will be guided to Bachelor of Arts in Digital Media and Professional Studies. We have established a 4-year phase-out to allow students to graduate, and currently in the program to graduate. No new students will be admitted to the program after January of 2026.
Any questions or comments? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. And I just want to commend you for keeping up with industry needs. You know, a lot of these degrees that you're proposing show an awareness of what is going on out in industry and trying to go and match those degrees. And same for ASU, the degrees that we approved today. So thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you, Regent Garrett Davis.
All right, Dr. D'Agostino, you're up.
Good morning. For board items 24, 25, and 26, the faculty whose names appear in the list in the board agenda book have been judged by their respective departmental faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of the promotions and changes in tenure for which they're being recommended. All school and university procedures used in recommending these members have been followed very carefully. So for item 24, approve changes of academic rank. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2025 for the 44 listed faculty in the agenda book.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 25.
25, thank you. This is for approve the changes in academic rank and granting of tenure. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2025, and the granting of tenure effective today, March 6, 2025, to the 5 faculty listed below, listed in the agenda book, as well as changes in rank effective September 1, 2025, and the granting of tenure effective September 1, 2025, for the 6 faculty listed in the agenda book and on the screen.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's give them a round of applause.
For item 26, approval of the granting of tenure, the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure effective March 6, 2025 for the 4 faculty listed in the agenda book and on the screen.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Lang, you're batting cleanup.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Upon completion of the proper procedures and evaluations by the appropriate departmental institutional committees, the Chancellor concurs with my recommendation to approve the rank of 4 moving from instructor to assistant, 8 from assistant to associate, and 1 from associate to full professor.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We had a very busy committee meeting today, and I want to thank you all for your help in getting this accomplished in a timely manner. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. Our last committee meeting of the day will be the Audit Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chairman of that committee, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is called to order. I would move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November the 14th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposition? The motion carries. Mrs. Turner, please present item number 1.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to start with an update on our implementation of the Global Internal Audit Standards that went into effect on January 9th of this year. As you know, the Texas Internal Auditing Act requires that we follow 2 sets of standards, one promulgated by the Institute of Internal Auditors, which is an international organization, and one promulgated by the U.S. Government Accountability Office. The Global Internal Audit Standards promulgated by the IIA are part of a framework called the International Professional Practices Framework. This rewrite of the standards and the framework itself are the most extensive in over 2 decades, and really in my recollection in my almost 35-year career, I think they're the most extensive changes and reorganization and rewrite. One of the things that they did, which I really like, is to reorganize what used to be a number of separate documents into one really concise, over 100 pages, but as concise as it can be, set of documents. So we have the global standards. Those are organized into 5 domains that I'll just mention in a minute. Under those domains are 15 principles and 52 standards. They also are issuing a new kind of guidance that is mandatory as well, called topical requirements. They're going to issue these one by one on specific subjects. They're basically telling us that if you audit X, and the very first one out is cybersecurity, they're not requiring us to audit cybersecurity, but they're saying if internal auditors audit cybersecurity, here's the way they have to approach that. That is a change, and our office wasn't necessarily in favor of these topical requirements. When they issued the exposure draft for these standards, we did not encourage adoption of those. I believe they're designed, from webinars I've attended from the Institute of Internal Auditors, they're really designed to help raise the level of performance of audit shops that may not be performing as well as they should. That doesn't describe us. However, the topical requirements are out, they're beginning to be issued, they are mandatory, and so we're determining what we are going to need to do differently, if anything, related to those. And then additional features are, they actually have some separate guidance for public sector entities such as us that has actually been really helpful, and then there's a glossary of terms also helpful. Under the standards themselves, they're organized into 5 domains. The first one is the purpose of internal auditing. The standards used to include a mission of internal auditing. Now they call it a purpose of internal auditing. Domain 2 is ethics and professionalism. The third domain is governing internal audit. This is where we see the most changes and updates. And domain 3 relates to an internal audit function's interactions with board and senior leadership and the conditions those bodies can engage in that best support our unique role in organizations. And an important note is our peer review team last fall noted that at Texas Tech, we're already in a position of strength with regard to the support from the Board of Regents, so this should not require heavy lift. And then I've already talked about the topical requirements being one of the biggest changes. Domains 4 and 5, managing internal audit and performing internal audit services, there was a lot of reorganizing under those, but there aren't a lot of things that we weren't already doing in our office. So not a lot of changes in the guts of how we do auditing, which I had mentioned before. These are some key changes to the framework. I've already talked about the simplified structure and the clarification of essential conditions. That's what the standards call, essential conditions for boards and senior leadership to demonstrate support and to create the conditions that are best for us to be able to serve our purpose. There's an emphasis throughout the standards on higher level performance versus just baseline conformance with the standards. This is not different for us. We engage in the pursuit of excellence all the time. We stay at the forefront of what techniques and topics are new and upcoming. And so I'm glad to see this expectation. It's not going to result in huge changes for us. There is an increased emphasis on relationships and deeper interactions with stakeholders. I've mentioned this, that the boards and senior leadership, we're moving beyond just communication into a lot more information back and forth. And our peer review team also noted that as something coming down the line and an opportunity that we've fully embraced. We have enhanced expectations in the new standards around skills development inside the audit shop, professional skepticism, professional courage, and ethical accountability, which is really two-way accountability. And then prescriptive requirements for audits of certain topics, that is the topical requirements that I just mentioned. And last, there's now a requirement for a strategic plan. Our office has always had one. Now it's required by the standards, and we're required by the standards to share those with boards and senior leaders. And then performance measures. We're in the process of revamping our performance measures a little bit, but we've had those in place for a really long time. I thought I would, I'll give you a sense of where we are. We've completed most of this, even though the lists look similar in terms of length. We did a gap analysis. Teresa Jack, our Assistant Chief Auditor, engaged in that gap analysis to really compare where are we with what the new standards require. We've updated a number of internal documents that we use, including our audit manual, our policy manual, and a number of audit planning and performance tools. We've expanded our engagement letter. An engagement letter informs the leader of the area that we're going to be auditing, what we're going to be doing, the timeline that we anticipate. We have a draft report date in there, and then what are our audit objectives and what is our scope. We've expanded that engagement letter to include some additional information that we think is helpful for management to understand our role and information that we're going to need, how we go about our work. And then after that engagement letter is signed by the leader of the area we're auditing, we're sending a copy of that to the president or chancellor if it's a system office, dean, vice president, so that those people are aware that we're doing work. We've had really good feedback already from presidents and executives that they appreciate receiving those engagement letters and understanding when we've started work. And then we've completed our strategic plan, and I'm going to show it to you in just a second. In the in-progress side, we're updating our external public-facing documents, Regents Rule 0702 audits, and then the Audit Committee Charter. We've been working with the audit chair and vice chair on that. We will be updating, once Regents Rule 0702 is approved, we'll update our system regulation and then operating policies that sort of waterfall from that. We are going to develop a streamlined report format. We've used the same report format for a long time. It has served a really good purpose, but I'm very interested in updating that to something that's a little bit more interesting and engaging, hopefully still with the same information presented concisely about what we see. And then we'll engage in a website refresh. We're really excited about doing that. And then, like I said, we're updating our performance measures. Our strategic plan, I'm really excited about. You see the mission and purpose on the left. That is the one that's defined by the Institute of Internal Auditors. And I really like it. It's very similar to what they used to call their mission. Now they call it a purpose. Our vision has been the same for a number of years. And I'm okay keeping it the same because this requires ongoing effort, given that boards and senior leaders turn over. There's always change in the industry. And so we really like this vision that we pursue constantly. And then on the right-hand side, you see our culture and values. We have operated under a values-based culture for over 15 years. So values are very natural to us, and they're central to what we do and how we recruit people into our office. In addition to the stated system values that include integrity, people first, respect, and exemplary service, we also pursue authenticity, open communication, compassion, and empowerment, because we know those things help build trust. These are the specific areas that we're going to be focusing on under our new strategic plan. And these are in line with the increased expectations of the new standards around communication, collaboration, and relationships with stakeholders, auditor growth and development, and the use of advanced technology, including data analytics. Some of these opportunities were also mirrored in our recent peer review, and we're building from a really strong foundation on these. Under culture and talent, we want to continue to foster an environment that allows us to attract and retain top talent. Under innovation, we are investing in and embracing technology, including but not limited to artificial intelligence, to help make our work more efficient, to help us go deeper in the topics that we're looking at, to optimize the life cycle of audits as well. And then under communication and reporting, I mentioned that we're going to improve our report format and enhance our website. We've already started providing additional information to you and senior leadership, focusing on those really significant and critical insights that we can develop through our work. Now, shifting gears a little bit, I want to just talk about a couple of aspects of our work currently. As you know, at both the federal level and the state level, there's a significant focus at the moment on mitigating the risk of foreign influence and also in research security and cybersecurity. Anticipating there would continue to be this focus, in the audit plan that you approved last August includes a number of projects that help relate to this. We were in the middle of 2 of those audits when, in November, Governor Abbott issued Governor's Executive Order number 48, which relates to the hardening of state government. One of those audits that covers an area actually included in that executive order at Texas Tech University, Foreign Gift and Contract Reporting. That report is in your board book, and we were really pleased with the results of that. And then the other that was in progress is the High Performance Computing Center at Texas Tech University. We're in the reporting phase of that audit, and it'll be included in your board report in May. And then we're just getting started on 2 others. One is Angelo State University, which will include an audit of travel processes, including foreign travel. And then Health Sciences Center Research Data Security and Controls will also touch on this subject. I want to give kudos right now to Texas Tech University Provost's office. Dr. Hendrick and his team. When Assistant Vice Provost Dr. Tara Miller discovered troubling transactions made by a director in Mentor Tech, she contacted the Vice Provost for Academic Innovation, Dr. Mitzi Lauderdale. Dr. Lauderdale then contacted our office. They immediately removed the person's purchasing authority, and the person resigned the business day after auditors interviewed her. While we could not substantiate frauds because of the records were not in place, red flags of fraud existed, and the Assistant Vice Provost's reviews and subsequent actions likely prevented future misuse of funds and are an excellent example of prudent fiscal oversight. In fact, in that investigation report in the book, we did not have any additional recommendations for them to further strengthen the controls. Their controls were in place and working, allowed them to identify these things very quickly. The last thing I would like to do is introduce you to our 2 Lubbock-based audit directors. I've introduced you to the others as we were out of town at board meetings in El Paso, San Angelo, and Wichita Falls. I'll start with Jessica Wilson. Jessica started in our office as a staff auditor almost 15 years ago. She's now our Texas Tech University Audit Director. She served as the president of the Institute of Internal Auditors High Plains chapter last year. She has volunteered for another board as well as serving as she's just joined the Values Ambassador team to help promote the values at the Texas Tech University system. Jessica is one of our rock stars, and we're so glad that she's here. The other one The other audit director in Lubbock is Matt Walsh. Matt also started in our office as a staff auditor about 12 years ago. He's now the Health Sciences Center audit director. He just finished serving for 7 years on the Institute of Internal Auditors High Plains chapter board, including a term as president. And he also serves in the Association of College and University Auditors, which is our national organization. He serves in their mentor program as a mentor. Matt, thank you so much for sticking around as well. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I would like to just thank Regent Gordon for spending so much time with me and with Kim and her team, just reviewing all of these global internal audit standards and, just make sure that we have a good idea of how they're going to be implemented, not just into Regents Rule 7.02, but ultimately into the Audit Committee Charter. So look forward to more of that. Any other questions for Mrs. Turner?
I have one. So when we were talking about we met with the SACS
Yes.
personnel this week, and I was looking at what it takes to do our reaffirmation of our accreditation, and I know we submitted a compliance summary for those 72 standards that SACS holds us accountable to. How does the global internal audit standard, because I didn't think it was part of the recertification SACS standards. Is it separate? Is there an element in there that is embedded within one of those 72 SACS standards?
I believe the SACS standards, I haven't reread them in a while. They do require, they require an audit of financial statements. However, in Texas, that's really a financial statement review, which is lesser in scope than an audit, but still performed by a CPA firm, an independent CPA. That work was done, it's one of the items in the board book. That is completely separate from the global internal audit standards. Global internal audit standards define how we go about our work, and the SACS requirement for a financial statement review, by definition, that requires an independent CPA firm to do that work. We're not independent for purposes of that type of engagement.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? If not, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. This concludes the business to be handled by our committees. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in executive session. The board will now reconvene into open session and continue to meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. Vice Chairman Carrick Davis, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are 6 action items resulting from executive session. Item number 1, to approve amendments to Regents Rules, Chapter 3, regarding ethical behavior of officers and employees. I move that the board authorize Chancellor Mitchell or his designee to make the necessary administrative updates to Chapter 3 of the Regents Rules regarding ethical behavior of officers and employees to be consistent with applicable law under the terms and conditions set forth in exec.
She's made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Please continue.
Number 2, to approve a ground lease of TTU real property in Lubbock, Texas. I move that the board authorize President Skuvanek or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for a ground lease to the Red Raider Facilities Foundation of Texas Tech University real property adjacent to 19th Street in Lubbock, Texas, and take other necessary and appropriate actions for this future commercial development under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion or comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
Okay, number 3, to approve grant of land from TxDOT. I move that the board authorize President Skuvanek or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the grant of land from the Texas Department of Transportation for real property adjacent to 19th Street in Lubbock, Texas, under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sitting on your
Any comment, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
Number 4, to approve a gift-related naming of external space between the south end zone and football training center, with the naming to be announced at a later date. I move that the board authorize the gift-related naming of external space between the south end zone and the Womble Football Center at Texas Tech University in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in executive session, and delegate to President Skuvanek the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, number 5, to approve purchase of real property by ASU. I move that the board authorize President Hawkins or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the purchase of real property located in San Angelo, Texas, all under the terms and conditions discussed in executive session.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
Number 6, to approve purchase of real property by TTU HSC. I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the purchase of real property located in Odessa, Texas, all under the terms and conditions discussed in executive session.
Is there a second? Thank you. Comments, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, there are no further actions to be taken at this time for the items discussed in executive
Thank you,
session.
Regent Carrick Davis. Meeting of the Board of the Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow on Friday, March 7th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.